All right, guys, we're back. I took a week off. Haven't touched anything in a week. Um, and of course, the robot here. Last video was way too long. It was 14 hours. I had to split it in two parts. So this time around, I've set 3 goals, and I'm gonna try to hit them as fast as possible. Maybe this video will be an hour long. Maybe we'll run into issues. Who knows? On the last video, I said it on the description, but I also applied to YC. So you can see here, actually I've applied to YC like 5 times. So you can see here all the applications, except the one that actually worked, which a friend submitted that. And I also linked the full text application here, answering the questions they ask. And people have been leaving comments. The one thing I would say is that, you know, when I first started making these videos, 10 videos ago now, I think this will be the 11th video. I wasn't really thinking of like, oh, this could be a company. I was more thinking of like, this would be cool, and yeah, and it seems like a lot of people will be interested in watching maybe, and so this will be cool. But then I was like, oh, I wish I could do this like full time, you know, don't have to have a job, just like, how can I make these my full-time thing? And that's kind of like when I started to think of like, oh, maybe I should apply to YC. And the YC application on its own, it's actually a pretty good exercise to think of like, you know, what's the goal, what's the mission, what are you actually building here? And I'm not saying I figured it out perfectly. You know, I wrote this application in like 2 days, and you can go read it for yourself, but basically what I've pitched, it's called WUKA, and it's kind of like another thing that's funny is like when you post your application online, on the comments, some people will hate on it, and the criticism is actually so valuable on its own. Someone was saying like, oh, you're basically just pitching animatronics, which isn't new. And in at some level, that is the idea, animatronics, right? So if you look, for example, of like how much did Jurassic Park pay on animatronics for, you know, the last movie, just the T-Rex alone was over $1 million, and it required 12 people to operate it. So what if we could build animatronics for, you know, $1,600, and it requires no people to operate it, and now we can make animatronics part of our everyday life. So that was kind of like roughly the idea. Of course, it's like there's this weird thing where it's like, you know, is this a media company? You know, you're using animatronics to make movies. Is this a media company that makes movies? Are movies the product? Or is this a tech company and the actual product is, you know, this robotics platform, this robotics platform that right now looks like a dog, but actually we can scale it to look like anything, right? And so I mentioned this, how like in nature, basically, if you look at, you know, a human, a chicken, a dog, a whale, the skeletons all roughly look the same. And so similarly here, this skeleton looks like a dog right now, but if I was to make these arms longer, these legs shorter, and like maybe make it taller, suddenly it could be a gorilla. And we could make it so all we require to scale a platform is just different actuators and batteries. Everything else stays the same, and then just train a different AI model, and then we can recreate any animal. But why would we stop there? Just think of like, we could recreate any fictional character or just create a quote unquote a new species. And I think on the application, you know, I named Jurassic Park a few times, Pokemon at least once, Westworld somewhere. But really it's like our imagination's the limit. So that's kind of like what I was explaining there. But I did say that ultimately the product is actually content, because it's like, we're not trying to be a consumer hardware company here. That seems really hard for what is ultimately, actually, if we were to be a consumer hardware company, it seems like the better goal should be to replace dogs, right? Build a better dog than a biological dog. Build a better dog. We've had robot dogs in the past. This is an idea that people are familiar with. Personally, I think they've all sucked. And I don't think I'm at the point where I can create a better dog at the moment. I do think I can create pretty good content. And, you know, kind of like one of the questions YC asks is like, oh, how are you going to make money? How big can this get? And just if you look at content alone, you know, if you look at RPM values, so like revenue per mil, basically how many ad dollars YouTube pays you for every 1,000 views you get, it's around 5, you know. So then you start, oh, what if I make a video that gets 5 million views? You know, that doesn't sound unattainable, right? I have a tweet with 23 million views. And then you're like, oh, okay, so that'll make me like $25,000, which isn't much, right? But that's just one video. So what if he could be posting bangers back to back, like Mr. Beast posts bangers back to back? Of course, he's the best of the best, right? But and he gets like 100 million views on a video on a weekend. But he's the best of the best. But also, like, do you think people are going to be watching more videos in the future or less? Do you think people are going to spend more screen time in the future or less? I think I'll be willing to bet it's going to be more. So I think we're going to see more channels get more and more views. And so there'll be more and more demand for new types of content. That type of content that can only be enabled with something like, you know, some sort of robot, some sort of very advanced animatronics. Yeah. So I think that has been the application basically. Build these really cool robots to generate the like very unique experiences that we're gonna share to the world with content. Yeah. So that's what we have so far. If you want, go watch it. It's on the YouTube channel here. You can read the app. You can leave comments. I think people made a lot of good points. Something I heard a lot was like, oh, why wasn't the robot walking on the application video? And of course, that's because we broke the knee, or I broke the knee right before applying. It was due like on a weekend. I was traveling the day after, so there was really no time to fix it. Of course, that's an excuse, but so what we're doing today on this video, this will be a 2-part video. So today we're gonna do 3D CAD, then we're gonna print, tomorrow we're gonna assemble. We're gonna upgrade the knee design. We're gonna maybe make a top cap for the robot, so like the cables don't show. That's just a square, it's very easy. And then 3D print all of that, you know, install the parts, and then finally walk. I think the software is ready to walk, so that should be easy. So yeah, let's take a look here. So this is the leg. Let's not start the leg yet. Let's start here at the body, right? And so this, well, basically when I say top cap for the robot, really I mean, yeah, I just want to put a part here, literally a square here on top. You know, it's pretty easy. So let's do that right now. OnShape's pretty slow today. By the way, I haven't heard back from YC yet. It just says in review. Apparently people are already getting interviews, so I'm not sure if that's gonna work. But like I said, I think the exercise of writing the app and like really thinking about, you know, the business case for it, and your mission, and what's actually your product. Why do we need these? Who needs these? Who wants these? I think that was a very helpful exercise on its own. And it's also funny, like I said, like it feels to me like if we can manage to make just one video go like hardcore viral, then we don't need YC. We don't need any outside investor, at least for the time being. You know, like the only argument at that point is like, oh, would you want to grow faster? Which of course the answer at some point will be yes. But at this point in time, let's see how big this is. 2.8. In this point in time, my attitude, my mindset is more towards like I don't want to hire a huge team right now. I want to learn how to do every single step of the process on my own. So that means build a robot like we're doing now, a robot that doesn't suck, you know, learn to train it to walk and all this stuff. You know, we're working on it. And then you need to learn to make videos that people actually want to watch. Also, we'll eventually have to work on that too. Yeah, and post these videos, edit these videos, train the AI models, every single step from the tech to distribution, I need to be able to pull off. If I can't do it myself, I never understood founders who hire people to do things for them. Like, if you can't do it yourself, how can you hire someone? Like, how you're just not a good judge to find someone else to do it for you. You need to know what is it that your company is about, and that's why YC even asks you, do you have a co-founder? I mean, I have some people in mind, but right now it's not the time. The time will come, but right now it's not the time. All right, so we have the rectangle there. The last thing I'm going to do is I just want to outline the entire surface here. Create like a little wall. It's not like a seal or anything. It'll just help locate things. So true. Yeah, I guess other news is Bitcoin reached 84,000 today, which is pretty nice. That's another way of funding the robot. Just, fingers crossed and hope Bitcoin gets us there. That's one way of doing things. Why is this not working? Oh, I think what's that? I gotta imagine that a lot of startups have started that way, which is funded by Bitcoin. Or in 2021, funded by GME or something, GameStop. It's just also like most founders I meet, they do not think highly of Bitcoin. Which I think is interesting. All right, we're almost done here. Yep, that should do it. And then we bring back this part. We hide everything else, and then with this sketch here, we can create a thin add to merge with part 8, midplane 2, and only 2. Yeah. Right, so I think that will do it. I mean, there's some questions about clearance with electronics inside. I think that's a fair question. But I think it's mostly wires, so we can always make it fit. To the top assembly. Of course, our part doesn't even load here in the top assembly. I guess I have to add the part separately. Insert the part. Insert. Torso. Part 8. Alright, and now we need some mates, which is everyone's favorite here. I'm using the same holes that were already in these parts, which we used to make the the underbelly part, there are through holes all the way, so we can use those same holes. Yeah. Oh, one more thing. I guess people have been DMing me on Twitter asking if we'll open source this design, and the answer is yes, of course. As soon as we can actually prove that design works. I mean, as soon as it walks, we can open source. I feel bad open sourcing something that we kind of like don't know if it works, and it just kind of sucks. See, that's very tight, very tight. I mean, technically there's clearance. It's very tight. All right. Yeah, so robot would look a little cleaner after that. Torso, we can make it thinner, I guess. We can make it like 1.5 millimeters. Same for the thing inside. Thickness 1.5. Yeah. And yeah, we can just go print it right now. There's no time to waste. Let me turn on the 3D printer. Bamboo Studio. There's an update for the slider, but the notes are in Chinese, so I can't tell if it's important. It's gonna have to wait, guys. Top cap. Save. Export. STL. Downloads. Boom, throw it somewhere in there. This part should take, well, not upload, no. This part should be huge and should take most of the bed here. So, yes, but the other way. Yeah, hopefully not too much material. Slice it. Yeah, so get like an hour. I'm down. Printed. Alright, it's gonna print now. I'm gonna put this here so we can. I don't think you can see the stream live. I think I have to click this button. Printer's busy. I can hear it making noises. Alright, so next thing. Okay, so let's call it done. Grip done. Upgrade knee design. So let's go look at the knees. And we've said this many times, but the annoying part here is that each leg is a different assembly, and so we have to update all of the assemblies. But let's just do rear right as is tradition. And I guess I never showed explicitly maybe what's the issue, but can I open this? I'll just click here. Anyways, the issue, back when we first started, maybe like video 2 or 3, I was like, there's too many fasteners, and there were too many fasteners. So we removed a bunch of fasteners, we consolidated a bunch of parts to get to the design that you see here. One of the fasteners that we removed was here on the main knee joint here. And so instead of having a screw that went all the way through and then had a heated insert here to screw into, we just made it a kind of like a snap joint here. And so you have the green part that interlocks with the gray part. The green part basically opens up and then snaps closed on the gray part, which in theory, it's pretty clever. Removes the screw and an insert, thread insert, but this is not enough to support the load of the whole robot, especially when it's walking. And so what's happening is like the gray part is snapping out of the green part. So there's a few things we can do here. We could increase the overlap. However, with the existing overlap, sometimes the green part is already breaking because it has to flex the entire overlap and then snap close to lock. So that's a lot of flex. Now the other thing we could do is we could break the green part into two parts, two legs, and then sandwich on the gray part in the middle. But we're gonna have to put at least a couple screws or some other feature. And then the other thing we could do is just go back to the OG design that we know works, which is half a screw going all the way through. And that's basically what I wanted to do. I think yeah, this should be very simple. It should be sturdy. And yes, I do hate how many screws there are, but what I hate the most is when the robot breaks. That's just the worst. So a couple things. Yeah, I just want to put a through hole here. I can't remember. I think it was an M3. I think these were like the one screw we got from MacMaster. So these are like the super expensive screws. Oh, M4. So somewhere in this house we have some M4s. 100 M4s. So that's what we're gonna use. And maybe we'll widen these. We'll move this down because, like I said, part is already moving sometimes, breaking sometimes. That was 5 millimeters. Yeah, so we can move it that way. Starts to feel a little fragile there. We'll be fine, right? Yeah, I think we'll be fine. All right. The printer is making funny noises. Okay, and next, we want a through hole here. So we can hide that. Right here. M4, right? So M4 needs to be at least 4.4, maybe 4.2 if you want to go tighter. Yeah, so it looks something like that. Now, last time we had the socket head. It was like a. We should make room for the socket head here. And so that head is 7x4, right? So here we'll enlarge the hole only on one side. So if it's 7, we'll go. Sorry, so we'll go like 7.4, something like that. And how deep is it? It's 4, right? So let's see if we have 4. We should have 4. 4 that way, right? So like that. And really, it's kind of all it takes. Now we do want to thread into this hole, right? So we don't need a thread insert ideally. So if this is 4.4 right now, we want to make maybe 3.8. So 4.4 minus 3.8 equals 0.6. So move the face 0.3 on both sides. So here, click here, 0.3. Can never tell if it's making it bigger or smaller. 3.8. So that should be it, right? And if we go back to the assembly now, that should refresh. Give it a sec. It's not refreshing. It refreshed, right? So one of the things we can do here would be to add the screw, the actual screw here. So I think there's like a standard content, right? So SAE, no. See, but these are all inches. ISO M4. Pan head screw. Countersunk. No. It's not ISO. It's not a hex head. It's not self-tapping. It's not a set screw. Socket bond. Socket. It's not a. Yeah, there's like a library of fasteners here. I just don't know which one. O-rings. It's not an O-ring. It's not a PEM. It's not a sheet metal fastener. Socket head, right? Yeah. M4. 25 millimeters. Stainless steel. Great. Insert this. All right. You see this funny icon here? That just means it's a screw mate. Let's see a cross section here. First time I'm doing this, by the way. Okay, it's little interference because it threads into that wall. Little clearance here. Interesting, the interference there. Wasn't expecting that. Well, I don't want interference there. I don't know. I'm assuming that model is good, right? So I'm gonna put a little chamfer just to play it safe here. Okay. Let's see that cross section one more time. And then after that, all we have to do is basically, oh, what happened? Basically, can I? Man, it's just mating to the. Okay. Then I just have to update the gray part. Actually, do we even need to upgrade the? Oh no, yeah, we do, because we need a through hole. We need a through hole in that gray part. And I guess it wouldn't hurt to increase the, you know, the overlap a little bit. But all right, let's do gray part now. All these changes are pretty easy. That's why we're moving so fast. All right, so this is what we have here. What we need to add is a through hole. That is, let's see. Let's try it again. A through hole. We're gonna create a through hole here. We said maybe 4.4. It feels a little loosey goosey, but yeah, okay, 4.2. And that's gonna be a through hole. Okay. Yeah. Little chamfers here and there, just to smoothen things out. And then the other thing we said we would do was increase the overlap here, which I don't know by how much we can realistically do that. Let's see the cross section again. I mean, I'm sure it's fine with the screw now, but I'm sure it's fine, right? But it could always be even more fine. I don't like how when you open a part in the assembly, it just keeps showing you. It keeps just showing you like parts of the assembly that are not there, and makes your sketch driven by outside dimensions, which is not good. Like you have external references here. I don't want that. I just want a normal sketch. So. Like that. This is what I have in mind here. Right? That makes sense. Like, how much is that gonna help? Well, I'll let you be the judge of that. And a chamfer. Right? How much do you think that's gonna help? Also, I think we used to print flat on this face, and we won't be able to do that anymore. All right, for that reason, we're not doing this. We don't want to add more support. I hate support. But we can print this as is. And so we'll go back here. So now we have kind of like everything we want here. And so we'll do the usual thing where we print, we basically print one side, check if it's good, and if it's good, print. We'll print one leg, check if it's good, and if it's good, we'll just print more legs, right? So this guy has another 40 minutes. After that, we can print one leg. So let me start slicing things here. I guess the other thing we need to do is mirror this leg, but that should be easy. Mirror this leg. Move the mirror here. Yeah, that's all oh, no. Yeah, that's all it took. It's mirrored now. Yeah. All right, so now these we can export. And then these we can export and slice. And how long did that take? That flew fast. I've been talking to the camera for 34 minutes so far. So, I guess it could always be faster. No. Oh no. I never read the messages. There's one message that asks you if you want to make it. Load this as a single file with multiple ports. No. But it still doesn't. So. Okay, one leg, upper, right, so upper, so these lay flat, and then these, I think it's this side here, and then, yeah, like that, and then you get a slice. As you slice, there's some support stuff, enable support, tree, slice, and it won't be too bad, and it's like that's it. And then for these, it's an hour print for one leg. So I don't know. it doesn't scale linear, but basically we'll have everything done by lunchtime tomorrow, and so we can assemble then, and yeah, I'll probably just print one tonight and then I'll show you how it turned out. We'll just see if we can make it pop. We probably can't. We just added one screw, which feels bad, but yeah. Really, again, just let's get to walking. So let's go back to our to-do list here, and I'm gonna mark the first two things done, and I'll be back when there's something to see.
2,000 years later.
I have the new 3D printed parts here. So the top cap, I actually already tried fitting these on the robot, and it doesn't quite fit. Even though after I tried to like rearrange and push in all the wires, there's just too much going on there. So we'll probably leave that on the side for now. I mean, we could like fit it like that, but what's the point? We'll probably leave these out for now. I think the next step really is just, I'm so done with Arduino and all these wires in the servos. So maybe we'll just migrate to Raspberry Pi and get some UART servos that we can daisy chain, and it will be a much cleaner package. Yeah, I think that's probably a good next step. But anyways, so putting this to the side for now. We do have the legs here, so I'm just going to remove the support real quick. Give me a sec. So these fits like these somehow. So we widen this U thing to go much deeper. So there's a lot more flex in this part now. Before it was a little brittle, it would break. So now we get a lot more flex. This joint on its own, it seems okay. But as we know, if you put a lot of load here, it pops off, as I just demonstrated. So the new thing here is we're gonna bring back this screw, and so we put in this screw here, which is a little unfortunate, but not as unfortunate as having our legs blow up, our knees blow up. Eventually, maybe we can think of how to actually remove that joint again. At least we still remove the bearings, and there's no bearings. Okay, something like that, and so now if we apply the load, this is going nowhere. And so we can replace these existing legs with this new leg, and we won't have to tape them. Even with tape, I don't know if I've ever demonstrated this on camera, but even with tape, these things would pop off. Like they just want to come off, like that. So we have one. I think it looks good. And so let's go get 3 more, and let's put these on the robot. All right, that's all done. So we have white legs now. Of course, we're keeping different filament colors, as we said in the past, to reflect different iterations. So the first iteration was green, the second one was orange, the third one was blue, and now we're on to white. So now you can see which parts are new and which parts are from previous iterations. We actually have no orange or green parts left here. We've iterated away from all of them. But yeah, I think it's a kind of like a neat idea just to see how things are changing. Anyways, this should be all done, so let's connect it and let's just go for a walk. Just finishing setting up here. I think, so it's been like a week. I spent a week away, went to San Diego since the last video, so I don't quite remember what code we have flashed in there. So we're gonna have to, flash the code just so I can be 100% sure I understand what code is in there and what's supposed to be happening. But I think we left some code that would like be like the best version of walking that we had, the best idea for walking that we had, the best code for walking. So we'll see. It's funny because yesterday, a pretty cool company reached out for an interview, like a job interview, and I thought it said product manager, and so I show up, and turns out it wasn't product manager, it was product engineer, and so it was a coding interview. So I seated for 1 hour with this guy sharing my screen coding, and one of the rules was you can't use AI. So I was as you can see here, I rely very heavily on AI. So that was fun. That was actually my first coding interview ever. I don't know if it went well. I haven't heard back yet. Anyways, let's see what we have here. Oh, nope. Iterating. So we had some different code. November 6th was our last file. We had a YC demo, which was attempted for the robot to walk, and obviously that didn't work for various reasons, primarily because the knees were broken. Thumbnail, it's just positioning to create the last YouTube thumbnail on video number 10. I kind of wonder which one. So it's not this one, Arduino. Oh yeah, it must be this one, right? Arduino code. Yeah. Oh, and I have double disabled here, so we gotta re-enable it. Disable it for this interview. And then I think you just refresh or reload the window and it appears. Let's zoom in high. Anyways, now we open the Arduino IDE, our favorite IDE of all IDEs. Sarcasm, of course. And we can flash these onto, of course, we're onto these. And as we flash it, I'm also going to turn power on. I'll change this here and see what happens. Okay. So I recognize that post. That's the post I used in the thumbnail video, video number 10. So that's not the right code. Let's try reflashing again. They should be walking, a walking sequence. Yeah. All right. So I mean that still looks like walking to me. So you can just why don't we go straight to the ground? Right? Let's straight to the ground. Alright, the knees don't break. That's not walking. Alright. It's great because I mean it's doing all this stuff, but it's actually not moving anywhere. It doesn't move forward. I'm just trying to take notes, mental notes here. Okay, one thing that I've noticed is that even as it pushes back, the step where it pushes, the leg pushes back, as in like we should be moving forward. We don't move forward. I wonder if it's just because we have no traction. But that's not the only problem, I think. So let's refine the gait a little bit. The good news here is that the knees didn't break, which was the biggest issue. It was the blocker. The switch, the on and off switch is placed in a terrible position. Every time I flick it, I'm like, oh, my finger's gonna disappear here. I'm gonna open the sketch that we were using. I don't know, just look at the front right leg. There it goes up, forward, pushes back. It looks fine. One of the things, I wonder if it's going up too much, and that's causing instability. So I think we have the safety check file, so we can reduce the height of the square to 30, and then we basically run this IK safety check pi, and it will tell us if everything's fine here. And then once that everything's fine there, we go here. This is a very manual way we're controlling positions here. And it was like 47, 170, okay, so it's 200 instead of 220. Right, and then we go here and we reflash the code, and it should be better. But to me, it already looked pretty good. So the only way to test is by actually trying it. I was also gonna say position in the leg feels a little too much right now. So what if we reduce it a little bit more? I know it sounds weird, but let's try that. It always goes to the right, I don't know why. It's kind of moving forward if I hold it for not going to the right. There is no traction though. That I can very clearly tell there's no traction. So we can go back to putting stickies on the feet to help with traction. Let's do that right now. I don't know where I put my sticky tape, so I'm gonna find it first. Alright, sticky tape secured. It's funny because I never thought I would actually end up using this sticky tape. I bought it for a completely different project. I thought it was completely useless. And now it's kind of like our only hope. So, that's funny how life works. just 10x the traction. All right, we can try again. No software changes. Okay, now that there's traction, we're moving backwards, not forward. Yeah, which is fine. The body tilt is really bad. You really lean to the right. Yo, I mean, I think in theory, this gait is working, but it's the issue is when we lean to the right or to one side. Let's review. Maybe something that will help is we reduce the delay, but let's increase it just so I can really understand here. Okay. I feel like we've debated this a bunch of times now. Kind of going in circles a little bit. But it's like, should we trot or should we crawl? Right now we're not crawling. Right? Because when we are about to take a step forward, we actually raise the diagonal foot. And I think that's leading to instability. The other thing is that I think reducing the height of our walking rectangle was a bad idea. But yeah, the issue really is that the robot leans completely to one side. And it's not a servo initialization problem. Oh, the servos look symmetric, so that's good. I hate this part, but this is basically the most important part. So the code we have here is not really super friendly to understand. I guess there's 4 positions. There's a loop. Okay, and there's a static active leg equals 0. Okay. Leg, current leg, legs, active leg, current leg. Explain. So yeah, I guess what if we don't do this? When the leg's in the air, position 3, start moving the next leg. I want to remove the part where we open with the, yeah, what if we don't need that? What if, again, we just crawl, so one leg at a time, and yes, it won't be like smooth, it will be like side to side, but something that works would be nice. Yeah, so we're just removing code, I guess, just removing that part, okay. And then we save, we put this here, upload it, see what happens. Yeah, so I would think this is basically crawling. But let's see. That leg was completely in the air. Okay. So I guess the weight distribution is so uneven that we can't crawl like that. Yeah, see that leg's completely in the air. This leg does nothing. It's completely in the air. All the weight is in the front right. Robot is definitely front heavy, right heavy. Yeah, see? This like that's absolutely not. How do we fix that? Yeah, it's very annoying. Okay. Okay. I mean, part of me is like, oh, just decrease the position delay. It will move so fast you won't have time to tip over. This is not gonna fix it. Faster. Like this won't fix it, but what if we just, just to try it? Yeah, I see. Okay, let's try it. The leg is still in the air. We're moving forward. But we're kicking to the right, heavy right. Oh man. We are moving forward. But the body roll is so bad. It's very unstable. Alright. Well, let's have a chat with ChatGPT about this. See what ChatGPT thinks. I hate to say this, but I'm like, oh, what if the solution is to like do inverse schematics for body roll. I'm gonna November 10, 2024. No. Like here, Arduino. You know, it's like when I had a super high delay, so it stops doing so much work and draining our battery. So I'm gonna say I'm building a quadruped robot using a microcontroller, servos, and inverse kinematics to program a walking gait. One of the issues, now I'm running into an issue where the robot kind of is able to crawl forward, but it's super unstable. The body rolls to the right and the robot wants to tip over unless I help it. How can I control for the body roll and make the gait more stable? Let's see if it has a good answer. Wobbly quadruped shuffle. No, it's not really a shuffle. I'll be fine with a shuffle. It sounds like you should read dynamic stability. Let's break it down. Dude, we can't shift the COG right now. It's not well managed in the gait cycle. So next move, the way it's in. Yes, that's right. The robot is trying to operate near or beyond the limits of its support polygon area under the feet. Yes, maybe. How to fix, adjust support. That sounds hard. Okay. Yeah, this is preemptive roll compensation is what I had in mind. Call mistake is running the gate too fast. Slow down the leg movements to allow time for the robot to stabilize. I had the opposite experience, but okay. Feedback control, add an IMU. That could be interesting. Refine your gait, switch to crawl gait. There is symmetrical motion in the legs. And we have a crawl gait right now, and that's not working. I think preemptive roll compensation is a good idea. How can I do? It wants us to do a stability math. What about doing inverse kinematics at the body level so we can control and dictate body roll, yo, pitch, I'm not sure if body level IK will fix walking, or it's more for, you know, standing motions and stuff. The other thing is, like, maybe we can just refine the walking gait. We can find some kind of sweet spot somehow. Fit into like a queue. I don't need example code. Also, I don't have an IMU. Yeah, I feel like we don't need these. This is like, it's just like adding more complexity to a code to fix what feels like a very simple problem. This kind of like goes back to like what I did, you know, like maybe 2 or 3 videos ago of like, can we make the robot stable on 3 legs? And well, the answer was no back then. The answer is still no, I think. But maybe if the answer could be yes, that could be good. Oh my god, these ChatGPT answers are so long. I don't care for pseudocode. What am I gonna do with pseudocode? Dude, no one's reading these. We're just burning GPUs at this point. You write too much, man. Anyways, yeah, basically what it had at first, the support polygon, right? If we were to think of the support polygon, quadruped support polygon. Oh, NVIDIA just reported earnings. Let's see if it was good or bad. Oh, it's going a little down there. First move is down. Yeah, the support polygon, right? Like, kind of like another question is like, where's the CG? Like, we kind of do not know. I think that I mean, where do you think the CG is? Right? We have our playground here. Like a K. I'm gonna do a support polygon from the top, right? And basically, if you were to imagine that's the CG here, this point here, I mean, it needs to fall within the polygon. Right now it's falling outside of the polygon. Right now each line represents one of the legs. Our walk is basically a rectangle like that. And so, you know, if the CG is in the middle, which first of all I kind of doubt, but you know, let's assume the body is uniform and so on, so the CG is perfectly in the middle, which again, like, unlikely. But if the CG is always in the middle and the legs are, like, the stance is symmetric, the CG will always be at the edge of the support polygon. So if your stance is symmetric on a quadruped, I think that would inherently make it unstable. And what you actually want would be for it not to be symmetric, right? So you want to get rid of these things here. So so let's say this is 40, right? And so now oh, I see the issue. All right, so let's say it's 40. And let's say this is, I don't know, like 50, right? So like if the front stand, and this is the front, the 40 is the front, right? So you see if the front is narrower than the back, then the CG, a perfect CG in the middle suddenly is more towards the inside of the polygon here. And okay, when is this true? This is true for when the front left leg is the one walking. Any of the front legs. Meanwhile, if any of the rear legs are walking, this is the opposite, and we've made it way worse. So basically, whichever legs are moving should have a closer stance. I mean, that's what physics is telling us, right? So if we move this back to 40, this to 50, and now we can sorry, did I do that wrong? No. Yeah, so for this leg, if we move this leg up, this is very stable at 40 here. If we move this leg up, this is very stable. Okay, now if we switch to 50 here and 40 here, this is very stable for these legs. Okay, yes. Yeah, so whichever set of legs is moving should have a narrower stance. So that's one way to approach this using physics. So we can try coding this next and see. I mean, this should help. The kind of like question is like, you know, we don't know where CG is, and so we kind of like it's an experimental approach. But let's talk to ChatGPT about it. Great. Thank you. Next, next, I want to make sure in our crawl the order of legs moving is first the front left, then the front right, then the rear left, and then the rear right. So right now we had it diagonally, so now I'm gonna make it front first, then rear. This way, you know, we're only changing our stance, you know, basically once per cycle instead of like a bunch of times. All right, so now we have that. And great, thank you. Oh, I don't know if the changes went through, man. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for that. But basically, now it's a question of like, okay, by how much do we want to open up the stance? I don't know. Oh, this is the wrong file. All right, this is what you get for naming your files the same thing and just changing it. I'm gonna Arduino master Let's check here. Yeah, okay, cool. Oh, I see the issue. The double extension references the file name, and so I opened the conversation with the previous file name, and so that's why it's referencing it keeps going back to the old file and opening it, but we don't want that, so I'm gonna actually close all that stuff. Just what we need here. Okay, cool. And then, well, I'm gonna let it do its thing, but yeah, basically we should probably define new positions for the legs that are not moving. But I want to explain this to ChatGPT. Okay, thank you. I'm always nice to it. Next, I want to make the following change. We should break down our crawl into basically two positions, front and rear. Front is when either of the front legs is moving. Sorry, two states, not positions. And rear is when either of the rear legs are moving. Use for programmer. When the front legs are moving, the rear legs should adopt a wider stance. We should define new standing positions for the non-moving legs. When the rear legs are moving, the front legs should adopt a wider stance. Does that make sense? This way our quadruped robot will be more stable as we ensure the center of gravity is within the support polygon. Do you need more context? Probably don't need it, but it's going straight to code. This is one of the things I like about Double. Just, you know, if we compare our ChatGPT conversation with this one, ChatGPT is like blah 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 blah. This one's like straight to the point, and then we just get to see a differential here. So the wider stance, front and rear. So these are the things we need to change here. So it looks correct. Let's see if it works right, but I don't know what's the I mean, got that correct. Front and grounded? No, right? We don't want front and grounded. We want, yeah, for the rear stance, we want rear and grounded, I guess. And then for the front ones, we want front and grounded to, again, increase the length of our polygon. And then normally it's 45.5. And this is kind of like where I don't know how wide we want to go, something like that maybe. And let's see how this looks. Position delay is down to 100 here, so it's gonna move way faster. I cannot tell. Yeah, I cannot tell it's actually widening its stance. So I'm gonna exaggerate it maybe a little bit. Yeah, I still can't tell. So we're gonna need more. You're gonna need like maybe 100. It's in millimeters, not angles, not degrees. So there's an issue with the code where the shoulders on the left and the right are moving towards the same side. Shoulder angle. The shoulder. Are we mirroring the shoulder angles for the left side versus the right side somewhere? I feel like the answer should be yes, but so we have the knee angle here that changes if it's left side. We have the shoulder angle doesn't change if it's left side. Okay, so it looks like we weren't mirroring the shoulder angle. This is its proposed logic, right? So I think maybe, okay, it's gonna be one of those experimental things. I should have put brackets here. Let's try this. And then position delay, position. Gonna make it 1,000 just so it doesn't go crazy. It gets really jerky. Oh my god. Let's see. We're damaging the robot. Okay. Explain how we are handling the shoulder angles. So basically, well, why don't I just do this experimentally? Let's not rely on AI here. So we have very basic code from a while back, from October, where we just had it standing. Who knows if this is actually good code, but we just had it standing, I think. Right? Okay, it works. Okay, and so if we on the right, for example, on the shoulders here, rear right shoulder, if we were to put 120, that moves outwards. Front right shoulder, if we were to put 120, that moves inwards. And rear left shoulder, if we were to put 120, I think that would move outwards as well. Oh yes, oh no, that moved inwards actually. Okay, sick. You can see it here. And then it's kind of standing there on its own. Okay, so 120 moves outwards. Rear left, 120 moves inwards. Front right, 120 move inwards. And then front left, what do you think? Front left move outwards, right? Diagonal? Let's see. Yeah. Wow. That's very interesting. See, I would not have guessed that. Okay, so now we go back here and we explain. Actually, the way the shoulder angle should be mirrored depends on whether it's front, front, rear, and left or right, not just left or right. For example, a 120 degrees command to the rear right shoulder moves it outwards, and then we'll just copy this to the front left, no, front left, rear left, moves it inwards, rear left, yes, and then front right moves it inwards. Can you adjust the logic? The default logic is made for the rear right shoulder. Yeah, and this is where I think AI will be helpful, because once you actually describe what you need, that should be good. Need to update. Okay. Can you please generate the full code? And so, yeah, I'm surprised we didn't catch that earlier. But you know, it is what it is. Also, robot looking very cool right now. It's kind of like, wow, the ID threw in an error. I wonder what it is, what it wants. Oh, part one. No, man, I don't want part one. Okay. The AI is failing. I guess we're at a point where the code is too long. Here's how the Sigma grinds it. Okay, so calculate servo angles here. So we have that. Float, barrel, omega. I mean, no change there. So, oh, we added another boolean to these, right? So, bool is front, right? So now we have that. And then we calculate barrel omega. Okay. Funny that it just completely neglected barrel D, but so there's a new logic for calculating I think. Okay. Okay. That could work. Okay, and so struct leg here. We added bool is front. True, front right. False. This is front right. True, false. Okay, I think that's it. Well, let's try it. Oh, huge errors. Okay, great, fun. Can't wait to debug that. Of course, something dumb. It's just a bracket here. Of course, that's on me. Can't blame anyone else. Okay. So it looks like this function is used in places where we're not actually passing all the required booleans. So here I'm gonna add leg is front, calculate servo angles. Whoa. I think so. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's struct like. I remember I made a typo somewhere. Oh, here. All right. Oh. I see. Here. Extra comma, I think. Extra comma. Yeah. Let me just reverse this code before we break something. Alright, is it obvious what's wrong? We're doing the mirror incorrect. It's basically, again, my fault for relying too heavily on the AI. I know exactly where the issue is. It's here. Here. All right, so, okay, I actually don't remember what happened, but I think, yeah, okay, maybe I have to test it again. And this time I'll pay attention. Need to see which legs are doing weird things. Okay. Okay, I see now. So the rear right and the front left look fine, right? So rear right and front left look fine. It's that logic here where the shoulder angle is the real omega, so it's a negative. So it's actually not negative, right? So it shouldn't be the negative, right? So it's like, I think it should be $180 minus that. Oh no. Expressions cannot be used as functions? What are you talking about? That like that. I'm not sure why it's angry. That worked. That was good. A little too fast, I think. Looks like going too fast. So you see what's, I guess, I need to stop it, but basically we broke a servo horn. Fun times. Yeah, you see this leg isn't reacting. That means that the servo horn on the hip it's broken. And so I think I should have plenty of replacements. Yeah, I have a bunch of parts here. And so yeah, just gonna fix that real quick. Also, I'm gonna pour another cup of coffee. The good news is that now the stance is correct. Like we're adjusting it correctly. So I'll be back. You know, servo horns have demonstrated to be one of the weakest links in this design. It's like if you've been watching these videos for a while, like whenever something goes wrong, it's basically always the servo horn. Can't tell if that was an earthquake or just super windy outside, but it felt like an earthquake. Anyways, yeah, whenever something goes wrong, always the servo horn. So we should probably fix that. All right, we're back in business. All right, so we can get back to it. So this is what we had. And then we can attempt to walk for the first time with widening our stance as we described here. I guess the one thing is that we're moving very fast for no good reason, so let's take it slow, actually like ChatGPT suggested. So the camera lags a little bit. It's like, okay, now it's moving right, correct. All right, so the goal of this is, even if we don't move forward, we want to be stable on 3 legs. Okay, stable on 2 legs. That's good. Literally not moving forward though. Why are we not moving forward? That leg was on the air. Not enough traction there. This one, we completely collapsed on the rear left. Not enough traction there. Completely collapsed here on the rear right. Alright, so my next best idea is to take shorter steps. Like much shorter steps. I mean, we're kind of stable on 3 legs. It depends on which leg though. I want to bring the base here down to like something like super small, like 20. And run this. And go here, and it's like, oh, actually, I think the height was supposed to be 60. No, it's 50. Yeah, 50. Okay, so we're gonna have minus 40s and minus 60s. I think that's fine. Let's see how that looks. Walking is really hard, guys. I hate the sound of how jerky it gets when he's moving fast. It just sounds wrong. let's try. You see, it's touching the air, never touch the ground. And when this one completely collapses, never comes back. And that's a broken horn, I think. I don't know how that, yeah, that's a broken horn for sure. I think, I don't know. It completely collapses when we move the rear left. The front seems fine. Yeah, I guess we're just very rear heavy. Yeah, when the rear legs are supposed to be up in the air, they're actually not up in the air because as soon as they lift, the whole robot tilts that way, and now their legs are just not working the way as they are supposed to be working. So the CG has to be somewhere in the back here and towards the back here. It is kind of crazy to me how it just doesn't move forward whatsoever. Yeah, the way it collapses when the rear knees move, it's crazy. Is this where we invented the wheel? So it's easier than inventing some crawling robot. This is actually super it's very annoying. We don't give up here, of course, but we do run out of ideas and get depressed. This one fixed it, but my next idea here is to reduce the square height here. So we lift the feet even less. This is not the fix. I'm just trying things here. Yeah. We need to make it stable on 3 legs for any leg. That's a requirement. The other thing is, now that I'm watching it, these ones are way too far off. Yeah, it shouldn't be 200. These are 190 now. I forgot to keep refreshing. Maybe that's part of the reason why everything's messed up. I mean, I don't see that moving forward, but. Oh wow. We just broke so many parts there. The rear right shoulder broke. Alright, I'm gonna turn it off. At least this needs to be fixed. I think we already knew we were heavy. There's a clicking noise here. I don't know from that. Alright, well, we did break the rear right shoulder, which needs to be reprinted now. So let me start that right away actually, so it doesn't take too long. Or we don't wait too long. I am kind of running out of ideas here. Let's see. Just wait. Let me reconnect my mouse now that we're not gonna use it. Yeah, definitely running out of ideas. Feels bad. I started this because I thought it would be easy, you know. I didn't think it would be that hard. Like, how hard could it be, you know? Oh, come on, man. On shape. Do your job. Alright, this is the part rear right that just broke. Obviously we stripped it here. Classic. I wanted to check one thing. We did upgrade the horns. Did we also upgrade the... Yeah, because this guy kept dying, so we upgraded to 5.6. Is this the same here? Oh, 5.7, huh? Okay, we can make it a little tighter. Rear right. Alright, 5.6. Let's do it on all of them. It's crazy windy today here. Apparently there's a cyclone in the west coast. It's not landing here, but I wonder if there's real companies that use Onshape to do real work. That sounds terrible. But then again, I see the price of CATIA or SolidWorks and I kind of get it. I really don't want to give up. I really want to make this work. But I'm really running out of ideas. Oh, not even an hour. Not bad. Let's adjust one thing. Let's make the walls thicker. Wall loops. Increase to 3. Huh? All right. Now it's gonna print. I think we should just do some research. All the best ideas have failed. I mean, we should think about it from first principles. Oh, well, actually, no. First of all, we have data here, total mass, or you know, so the mass distribution. Whoop, the mass distribution here. Let's do some math. So total rear, total front, total left. These are approximations, by the way. FR distribution, total left, total right, all Earl distribution. So the total front mass was 449 plus 501, 950 grams. The total rear mass was 819 plus 859. Oh wow. 1678 grams. So the front right distribution is 950 to 178, which is 950 basically 0.6 to 1. That's huge. We're very heavy on the rear. All right, left and right. So, well, we're very heavy in the rear, and you can tell as you try to walk. Now, on the left and right, what do you think is going to happen, right? I think we're probably, I want to say we're heavier on the left, but not by as much of a difference. So 449 plus 501, 950 grams, suspicious, but, oh wait, I did that wrong. Left, so it's 449 plus 819, 1268, 1268 grams. Right, 501, 1360. Okay, so I was wrong. Well, I was right in that the distribution is not, the gap is not huge, but it's actually the right that's heavier. So 0. It's basically 0.9 to 1. Okay. I don't know. Is that a problem? Is that a problem we can fix? I feel like we can fix this. I've noticed that my quadruped's weight distribution is heavily biased towards the rear of the robot. I think this is making it unstable and putting extra stress on the actuators. How would you recommend we mitigate this? I think we can have a different gait for the rear legs. Redistribute the weight of like that's the obvious one. Can we redistribute the weight? Like why are we even rear clicking? Like at least from the top, you know, things are pretty evenly distributed, and from the rear, I guess you could say the battery is all the way back. Still feels very dramatic for what it is. Okay, yeah, I don't know if we're gonna. It's the battery is the only thing that we could reallocate, or move it outside of the robot. Add counterweights. That seems like asking for trouble. It's a good idea, but modifying leg placement. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Oh. Move the rear leg slightly forward. I mean, this idea is correct, except we're not gonna move the legs, we're gonna move the stance, right? So, oh, I guess that's what it gets. Adjust your gait. Use a crawl gait. Longer stance faces for rear legs. Yes. Reinforced rear actuators can do that. Simulate COG and stress. I actually was thinking of if we could simulate something. Get on a gym. That was gonna be something down the road when we get to an ML controller. But okay, by longer I keep keeping the rear legs in contact with the ground for a greater portion of the gait cycle. No. So that's not it. I think modifying the leg placement is basically it, except we're not changing the legs themselves, we're changing how they like, because we don't care where the leg attaches to the body as much as we care for where the these are old legs, it's on shape is thinking. As much as we care for where does the leg touch the ground and the distance between that point and the CG. So if we wanted more of the weight to be shifted towards the front, we just shift the rear legs further back, right? And we come with a gait that allows for that, which complicates things because now, well, it's just code, but now we need like we were using the same positions for both, for all the legs, right? For left, front, and so on. Now we need left rear positions and front positions. So I'm gonna I want to try the following change. Instead of having having 4 positions that we use for all legs, I want to have four positions for the front legs and 4 different positions for the rear legs. Can you help me with this? Yeah. Also, we should probably refactor these a little bit. It's like this. Oh, it's 200 lines, but not bad. Base rate, okay. What we need here is a win or something. Been losing a lot lately. All right, rear position, yeah. mean, pretty straightforward change. Now it's more of a question of what should the rear positions be, and of course for that we do have a inverse kinematic sketch, right? So it's been a while, I forget how this works, but see, our current positions are back and grounded, you know, so back and grounded is like the most stable for the rear, is like minus 40, so like 40 here, and 190 here, right? In the reality, I think this should be like, I don't know, 60, or can we go 80? You know, that looks way more stable. Of course, I don't know if we can go 80. Let's see, 80 on what? On 190. The only constraint here is that the Z axis, the vertical axis coordinates for front and rear need to be the same. So I think our squares can be different, that's fine. But the starting point Z coordinates need to be the same. It's just like an important thing. Okay, so that's the next idea, we'll try that. Actually, we should write down everything that we've tried here. Walking around the living room. Ran into stability issues when standing on 3 legs. Attempted to widen stance of standing legs to add stability. Failed. Attempted to what do you call this? Modify the gait. Attempted to implement different gaits for front and rear to add stability. So we're doing this. Attempted to crawl 1 leg at a time instead of trot. This didn't do it. You know, so that didn't go great. Yeah. And then observations here. We broke 1 hip horn and 1 shoulder horn so far. In this video, this part keeps failing. Okay. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Of course, we could always just go back and watch how other robots do it. I guess that's the other thing we should see. Like, what do the Stanford Popper walk looks like? Because they might literally list their walking gait, and maybe we can like attempt that as well. But before that, let me just make some more coffee. I'm like really tired today for some reason. All right, we have the shoulder replacement here. So let's just go ahead and do that. And after that, let's just get to work through our list of ideas on how to fix this. Trying to remember which one broke. Oh yeah, it's, you can feel it. Yeah. All right, we're back to trying to make it walk. So last time, so we're walking down this list of ideas here. I got ahead of myself here, and I started to take a look at the code for the Stanford paper on the repo. So Stanford paper. Yeah, I think this one here. There's a kinematics file. I was trying to see if they've hard coded their gates, but they did not. So, I mean, maybe I can try to reverse engineer what their stance looks like, but it's not immediately clear. So, so this is probably gonna be like a very last ditch attempt. There's also the Dingo kinematics here. Yeah, and I came up with some ideas. Remove the battery mass to remove the battery to reduce mass, so we can have it hanging on the ground. And we can also post to Reddit to ask for help. But I think attempt to implement different gates for front and rear to add stability is the way to go here. And what we're trying to do here is essentially, you know, back to our sketch here. What we're trying to do, we've kind of have figured out that the CG is on the rear. So we know that it's rear heavy. So it's, you know, I'm trying to simplify like the CG there. And what we're seeing is, you know, when any of the rear legs get lifted, for example, if we were to lift this leg, then the CG is obviously outside of our support line, which is this diagonal here. That's obvious. Now, we could keep widening the stance, and eventually we'll be stable, but you know, it'll just look ridiculous. I think another way we could do this is, and we can't really quite, you know. I'll add a new part here. I'm gonna call these CG. Yes, just CG. Anyways, if you, yeah, on the side plane here, you know, we basically, we cannot shift where the CG is, right? So if we were to represent a robot, knees, upper, torso, your knees, upper, torso here, you know, you could represent the robot like this, and you know, the legs. Let's make these somewhat representative here. This is the length of the legs, and this one is the same, and then this one is this 130, at least roughly. And then we can measure the distance between the legs here to size the torso. So that distance, you know, 238 sounds 238, yeah. That's so small, but okay. And then let's make this the middle point just to make it look better. Right, so this represents a robot, roughly. And then the other thing is, we know that the CG, let me center things properly here, just so it's cleaner. We know that the CG is somewhere on the rear. And the reason why we know this is, well, first, because you can just tell when the robot walks that it's rear heavy, but also because we measured the weight distribution a few videos ago here. And there's like a ton more weight going through the rear legs than the front legs. And so, you know, if this is the front on this side here and this is the rear, the CG must be somewhere past on the rear side if we're looking at it from the side. And so if we have a symmetric stance, like so, I'm just gonna come up with a number here. Is this fully constrained? It's not. Anyways, if we have a symmetric stance, which is what we had, then more weight will go through the rear legs. But if we don't have a symmetric stance, you know, so for example, so how much weight will go through each leg is a function of this distance here, right? So this distance here. And this is all an approximation because we don't actually know the real value because our CAD model is not precise enough, and we could kind of like attempt to measure this again, but the idea is basically the point of contact of the leg, the distance between the point of contact of the leg to the CG will determine how much of the weight goes through that leg. If this distance is smaller, then more mass will go through this leg. And so if we were to change the stance on the rear leg to, you know, create something like this, I don't know why it's panning. Okay, I guess we don't need these. Let me redraw this sketch here. All right, so we can change the way the robot stands without changing many other things. So we can do something like this, right? So now, this is an extreme example, but you know, now the distance from the rear to the CG is greater. So we would expect a more even weight distribution. And what this will do is on our support polygon, this will bring the effective CG closer to the center. We're not actually shifting the CG, but on this chart, each of these points actually represent the point of contact of the legs to the ground. And so that's why on this chart, it's basically moving the CG, but in reality, we're not shifting the CG just by changing our stance. But anyways, this is the best idea. The next best idea we have, we're gonna tweak the stance. So the rear is gonna have a different stance from the front, and you know, we can prove that this is working by measuring some stuff with our scale, and we're also going to try to achieve 3-leg stability, which, you know, shouldn't be hard. So here's the scale, and let's just write some code to. I think I might already have some code for these, but we need just some simple code for. Yeah, I did ask it to. Yeah, I call it Arduino stand. I did this while having lunch, so there's no video of this, but basically this code is simple. It doesn't cycle through anything. It just maintains the stance, a constant stance, and it's different from our other standing code here because it does it using inverse kinematics. So we're still feeding it Cartesian coordinates instead of angles. Just to make things a little easier, and then we'll see how this goes. The battery is almost drained, so expect it to start beeping soon. All right, so let's flash this new code here. Well, let's see what we're pushing first. Yeah, so we have a front position for the front two legs and the rear position for the rear two legs. Let's start with the same position in both legs. Arduino, all right, pushing it. And this should be a normal stance, I think. Yeah, right? So that's kind of like what a regular stance looks like. And what we want to do is to increase the distance from the rear feet from the CG while maintaining the same vertical height, the same set dimension. And so we're gonna go here on our safety check, and I guess, yeah, we don't have a super smooth way of doing this, but yeah, so if we want to keep the same thing, we can try 120. I guess it's oh, sorry, it's minus 120. And it's fine. So now we go here, and then the rear stand is minus 120 and 90, just one minus. Okay, it's going the opposite way. It should be going. That's interesting. I should have moved the other way, pretty sure. Yeah, what the hell? Like, did I mess up an angle somewhere? I am not sure what happened there. Let's try 120 on the front, see if it actually does it right. Why would minus 120 move things forward? Is my axis incorrect now? So this was 40 and it looks correct. But then minus 120. I guess my axis is incorrect. So it's 120, not minus 120. Kind of odd. I need to pass it through the safety check again. Looks fine. Yeah, that's more like it. Minus 120. And what was the angle before? Front should be minus 40. And so I would expect it to look something like this. I still think this is a little extreme. Yeah, just because if you see how the rear legs are engaging, it's basically on its tip. But let's just put it on the ground and we can check, and yeah. Yeah, so this leg is in the air right now. That just might be a matter of trimming the legs a little bit. Yeah, looks like. Now it looks like he wants to go that way, which is interesting. So maybe we've overdone it. Let's roll it back a little bit. But anyways, that's the idea. Yeah, let's go back to the sketch here. So 120 was too much, but maybe 80, it's fine. So we run it through safety checks just to be sure. 80 is fine. A lot of extra steps here. Put 80 here. Okay, well, I don't know, 60. We're just eyeing it out. Yeah, I think that could be reasonable. So we have 60 there. The other thing we could do is we could increase the set, the vertical dimension a little bit. Just because, yeah, it feels like we're very close to the ground here. So let's try 200. 200 seems fine. Okay, and then the last thing we could do is to trim the legs, just because if you see it this way, let me make sure you can see it. Yeah, you can kind of see it. The legs are not symmetric. Like one leg is on the air right now, and then it falls down. So we could introduce a trim factor. That will require a little bit more code though. So let's see if the AI can help. Should be a simple concept. I want to introduce a trim factor to each actuator. When assembling the robots, the actuators are not all perfectly aligned, usually off by a few degrees. I want to be able to manually set a trim variable for each actuator, which gets added to all of the commands sent to that actuator. Let's see if that works. Okay. Adding complexity to the code here. Okay, I do like that implementation. All right, so let's test this out. So for most, this stream will be 0. And right now, the only thing that needs to get trimmed is the front right. So front right here, and maybe like a bit of so it's like X, Y, and Z axis. So maybe a little bit of a 5 here. Let's see how that works. I don't know if I saw any difference. Let's put a more extreme example here, just so I can see it. All right, now I see it, but it's on the wrong way. So, all right. And now we can just eye it out. And all the legs are touching. We could automate this trimming with an IMU. Yeah, I can already tell you the front left is very heavy, and somehow the rear right is also very heavy. So if the rear right is very heavy, that means that we can go back to here, and then the rear left, we can bring it down a little bit. And same for the front right again. So we're trying to go for an even weight distribution. Alright, front left still very heavy. That didn't do much. Well, let's see. Rear left. Rear, yeah. Let's try more. All right, it's kind of getting worse actually. Yeah, there's way too much going on. So these trims are Cartesian coordinate trims, not just angle trims. Yeah, so actually, yeah, I think I would prefer angle trims. So thank you. I would prefer to set the trims on an actuator level such that they are on their angles and not Cartesian coordinates. Let's see if we can do it. It will just be easier. Let's see the implementation. Seems super simple. All right, let's set everything to 0. All right, and okay, let's put this code on. And again, what we're looking to trim. All right, something broke. Fun times. I'm gonna roll back to a time when we didn't have any kind of trims. And then push these. Alright, and now we change the battery. All right, so let's try that again. So I still think we should get trims, but okay, you know what? Okay, we'll just do Cartesian trims. It's fine. Let's see if we can implement these one. All right, so we're reintroducing the same Cartesian trims. Yep. All right. So we said most of these will be 0. All right. And then let's just flush these again. Make sure it doesn't do anything dumb again. Okay, looks fine. All right. And the first thing I'm going to trim is the rear right shoulder. Actually, it's fine. Yeah, it looks perfect. The front right seems to sit a little low, so I think we had 15 last time. Now the issue is that as we go, minus 15 brings the leg down, but it doesn't move linearly, right? So like we not just want to make it go down. As it goes down, we also want to bring a little forward. So I mean, kind of just iron this out, but I think forward would be like 10 or minus 10. I can never remember. Let's see. All right, that looks completely wrong. Almost feels like the trims are how do the trims work? Okay, so actually I was wrong about the trims. So the trims are angles, and it's on shoulder, hip, or knee. So minus 20 moves the knee minus 20 degrees. And then this one moves the shoulder 10 degrees, which is exactly what it looks like what happened. So they were never Cartesian. There were always angles. All right, so the front right, so now we're gonna rotate the hip a little bit. Trying to remember which one's 0. So I think this one needs to move up positive. Let's just see. I mean, I think it's too much. Yeah, it looks more like it. Because this will also change if we ever move any of the servos, or take off anything. But I think it looks reasonable. So now we can just bring the scale out. So I don't remember how we did this last time. I think it was just Sharpie. Okay, so I'm gonna do it. All right. Rear right, rear left, front right, and front left. All right. So first, the rear right. Rear right, 105. Already very light. Rear left. Actually, wait. Let me start fresh. Rear right. It's reading 82 now. No, it's not. Something's wrong here. Go to a flat surface. All right, rear right. Oh yeah, that's more like it. So rear right, 635. Rear left, 800. Front left is 840, and then front right 837. So all around much more balanced. Everything's at 800 except for the rear right. The rear right is a little lightweight. So let me trim that a little bit, and then maybe we can go again. So rear right here, rear right trim. We'll want the knee to come. The knee to come forward. So I guess that's a positive 10. Yeah, I mean that definitely came forward. Yeah, feels better. Alright, let's do this one more time. So this will be our last measurement. And after that we can go into free leg stance. So front right, 831. Front left, 650. Rear left, that's 885. And then rear right, that is that is 530. These are of course approximations, but let's put in the numbers. Let's see if we got better. So here, so weight distribution. So we have rear right, 530, rear left, 885, front right, 831, front left, 650. So total. So I guess front rear, left right, right. So front rear would be, so 100 over almost perfect. Rear left. Well, the lefts are these and the rights are, wow. All right, so the front rear got much closer. We're still a little bit off on the left and right, but this is what we're trying to fix, front rear, and so that looks really good. And so next, what we would try to prove is three leg stability, and we're probably not gonna okay, so three leg stability, we should still widen the stance here, but all right, three leg stability, here we go. Thinking of how to best do these. I want to dictate positions for each individual leg, not just front and rear. All right, let's try that. Should be an easy change. All right, implement it here. Let the AI do its thing. Taking some notes here because it's getting rid of our angles. Okay, so all the front stuff should be -40, all the rear stuff should be 60, everything should be 200, and we should still have our trims somewhere. Or the trims, yes, we have the trims. Cool. So now if we push this code, nothing should change. Okay, nothing changed. And then now we should be able to let me remove the scale. We should be able to raise one leg at a time without absolutely collapsing. So let's try with start with the front right. I wanna raise these 160. Let's see what happens. Okay, well that didn't work. The entire body has rolled. Let's bring it even more up. I want to see how far up can we bring it and it's still safe. Can we do 100? We can do 100. Let's try 100. Rewrite 100. I feel like the robot might fall. Yep. Yeah, it's falling. Which is fine. So, also it's interesting, look at this. If I just let it go, it's like this servo overheats or something. Let's go. Anyways, this isn't that bad. So this means that our CG is on the other side of our polygon support line, which it's fine. There's things we can do for these, right? We just need to widen the stance. Actually, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be back. So I said I was gonna keep working on it last night, and instead it's the next day and I got a haircut. This might not look like my kitchen, but I'm literally filming from my kitchen. My kitchen is right there, the stove is right there. So my girlfriend had to cook last night, and can't record with cooking noises in the background. It's just kind of weird. Also, I found this really cool Starship t-shirt on the SpaceX website that I think I'm gonna get. This is super cool. If you guys haven't watched the video where SpaceX catches the robot with the quote-unquote chopsticks, you should go watch it. It's like that was history. That's 100% history in the making. And so this t-shirt's gonna be really cool. Like, imagine having this t-shirt 20 years from now. That would be cool. It's like having like an ancient rock band t-shirt, you know? Yeah, anyways, so what we were doing last night was trying to achieve 3 leg stability, and we came up with this new, let me just power this thing. We came up with this new stance here that you can sort of see, right? Where the front legs are the same, but the rear legs are a little more, like the upper here is more horizontal. And so the weight distribution is much more even across all legs. And we actually measure these here, and so it's almost roughly 50-50. Left and right is a little bit off, it's left heavy. And so, you know, there are a few things that we could do here. You know, I started thinking like, okay, how can we automate these so we don't have to like manually tweak and trim every single time we do something? And if we should just keep trying to get a perfect weight distribution, I don't think that's required. Like, sure, before we had a really bad weight distribution where it was like super rear heavy. Now it's like, I think it's good enough. And like, I've never heard someone say like, oh yeah, quadrupeds need to be perfectly tuned, their weight distribution must be perfect. So you know, I think it's good enough now. The other thing is that even if we were to achieve a perfect weight distribution, that's just like the physics just say that, you know, that's just not gonna do much for us here, right? If we go back to, I don't know if there's a good drawing of these, right? But this idea of the support polygon, right? I think we had a drawing here, the support polygon, where if each corner here represents one of the foot, and this is the CG perfectly aligned, whenever any of the feet are in the air, the CG is going to be on the support line, so it's going to be barely stable, and it's going to be unstable if there's any, you know, vibrations, anything's not perfect, and of course the real world's not perfect. So trying to achieve a perfectly balanced CG is not worth it. Trying to achieve stability through other means might be more interesting. I think body roll is interesting. I think that what we were doing before of like widening the stance, it's just not the way to go. If you look at how all the other quadrupeds walk, no one's doing that. No one's like, oh, as you walk, the other 2 legs actually come out. And it's like, it all just looks super unnatural. So really what we need is, you know, maybe body roll, or just some sort of system that is smart enough to know like, oh, I'm falling, so like, you know, I'll tweak my stance somehow. The other thing was, you know, and I posted a few other videos here, walking examples here on that document that you can find in this video description. And you know, there's like spot and like Unitree, whatever, yeah, Unitree, the Chinese one. But there's also this one here. This is like a kind of like a budget. I like this one as an example because they don't use BLDC motors. They just use servo motors as their actuators. So it's very similar to what we have here. And in fact, I was very surprised at this robot because it looks pretty good, and I suspect it's pretty cheap. Yeah, see, it's crazy cheap. Well, I mean, relatively speaking, but it's cheaper than than all the parts combined on mine. Anyways, what's interesting about these is look at how it walks, and I'm gonna put it on playback super slow. Look at how it walks. Basically, two things, right? So my main takeaway is that we can switch to a 3-position crawl. So right now we're doing 4-position where it's like a square. We can do like a triangle, which I think it's closer to what that one's doing. And then the other thing is like this robot barely lifts its legs from the ground. All right, let's just watch it. It's scanning, and actually kind of cool that it can scan. Okay, here comes the walk. Especially later on here as it goes into the side. Not the smoothest walk ever, but yeah, so going forward. Okay, so forward. So both diagonal forwards there. And as those go forward, actually the other two diagonals are pushing back. Yeah, so, and like also just look at how far up do the feet come up. Basically nothing. Actually it's kind of hard to tell. Way less than ours for sure. And the stance on the front and back is different, but this could just be because the body is at an angle. I'm not sure. Overall, this robot has interesting kinematics. It just shows that it can be done for sure. There's an IMU on board. I imagine, I don't know if they're using it to walk though. Very stable walk there. Anyways, so this just tells me like, yeah, there's like, we have to be able to do it, right? The other thing is that I did, I mean, it's nothing new. There's a stance here. And so, I mean, here I'm able to demonstrate, three leg stability, but only on one of the legs, which is like, I mean, I could show it, but I feel like it's kind of pointless. So the plan for today was to switch to a 3-position crawl and really just get to walking, because like I do not understand why we're having such a hard time walking when there's lots of videos of robots make it look easy. All right, so I'm gonna build on top of Arduino stand. Arduino stand is good because it has stream. And so I want to start a new folder here, November 21st, 2024. And so Arduino stand, and I'm going to call these Arduino walk. And close everything else. Okay, cool. I guess the other thing we need is a safety check file. So safety check, and that's going to be a pi. And so safety check, we use this to make sure that whatever we're dictating to the robot, it's not causing the limbs to collide with each other. We don't have that part built into the code yet. And so we created this file, and it basically gives them like a starting point, and then a score base and a height, and then it tells you if anything will collide. Oh. So now we gotta change this to a triangle. So I'm gonna ask the AI for help. I have this file where we check if 4 positions in a Cartesian rectangle pass our safety criteria. I want to switch this to a 3-position triangle where the variables for the triangle are height and base, and the starting point is at the bottom front corner of the triangle. So that should be enough. Alright, so we'll apply these. Let's see what the AI does. All right. So you can see here we have 90. Oh, it thinks it's degrees, but it's, oh no, yeah, sorry. We have 40, 48.5, goes up to 20. Let's see. The base is 20. So the starting point should instead be the bottom rear corner of the triangle. I think that will make more sense. Small change. By the way, all of this code is public and it's on GitHub, and the repo link is on this video description. All right, cool. Now we have these, and so we can define a starting point. We get a triangle, and that's cool. All right, now we need to modify the Arduino walk code, because right now it's not walking, it's just standing. So I'm gonna say I want to use this same code to walk instead of just stand. I will provide 3 positions that we can cycle through, that we can cycle the legs through in order to walk. The legs should move one at a time. The rear legs will have a set of positions different from the front legs. I think that kind of covers it all. And let's go and see it here. I mean, code is still pretty simple up here. It looks scary because there's a lot of yeah, we're doing the kinematics, the inverse kinematics math here, but eventually we're going to refactor that to a separate file, I think. So all right, so front leg steps, so 3, okay, rear leg steps, that's good. And then, okay, I think everything looks good here. Just want to make sure we're not using leg positions. Oh, okay. All right, anyways, next, I want to check if our triangles roughly make sense. So, oh, I guess I was already in the right spot, right? So we have this sketch here, and I don't have a mouse, sorry, because that's why I might look a little awkward. I don't have a mouse because I cannot connect my mouse and the Arduino cord at the same time. It's like so. annoying. But so the for the rear legs, let's do rear legs first, right? So we start at minus 40 and 200. So 200 and I think it's 40 here, or yeah. Yeah, I think, okay, that's where the rear legs start. And so we need to define a triangle, right? So the triangle, it's gonna be, the triangle has a base and a height. So this triangle is symmetrical. I forget the term. There's a term for these, but you know, and oh. One of the things that I was pointing out with that other robot was how small its steps was. It was barely lifting its feet, it felt like. So we can do like 20, and this can be very small, like 60 or something like that. And so 20 and 60, we can start there. So we can go to our safety check here. Triangle height 60, sorry, base 60, height 20, and the starting point is minus 40 and 200. Sorry, not minus 40 actually. Sorry, no, yes, minus 40, but we changed this parameter to 70 to flare out the legs a little bit actually. And so we ran our safety check here, and now we have our chords down here. I do realize how manual and annoying this process is. We will change this at some point. Anyways. Minus 40, 20, and then minus 10 to 20. All right, so if we think about what's happening, it's going from the back, right? So minus, it means it's further away from the center of the hip. It's going from the back to the front, and then up. No. Does not have that sound. Sorry, the triangle height should be subtracted from the starting point set coordinate in order for the robot to move up. Let's do the math wrong. It thinks the top point is adding the height, but it's actually, I'm pretty sure we have to be subtracting the height. So I'm just gonna change it myself. This makes more sense. And the other thing that's wrong here, it's the order. So, right, so again, if we think what's happening, it's like rear, it's at the back, all the way back, touching the ground. It goes all the way to the front, touching the ground, and then goes somewhere in the middle, up from the ground, right? That's not how you walk. You want all the way from the back. Then you want to be in the air, and then all the way in the front, and then cycle back by pushing all the way to the back, right? So I'm gonna just fix that now. Yeah, so it'll be something like that, right? And so yeah, now I think I made one mistake, which is I started with the front when I said, did I say I was going to do rear first? Anyways, so it turns out my starting point, minus 40, 70, 200, is actually for the front legs. So this will be for the front legs. for the rear legs, I'm gonna keep them on their natural position, which is 60, 60, 60, 70, 200. I'm a bit confused as to what this is gonna look like, but let's just push it to the robot and let's just see. Arduino ID. I must have made a typo because the shoulders are moving. Oh yeah. Alright, so just try to see the front foot here, this one here, right? I think it's going back to front to up. I thought we fixed that. It's going back. Cannot tell. I'm gonna make it go way slower, just so I can cannot tell. I think there was a delay. Okay, this must be all the way back, right? Okay, well, it's cycling wrong, right? So it's going, I think it's going back all the way to the front. So, you know, if we were to put this on the ground, I suspect it's going to go backwards, actually. Kind of collapse under its own weight. Alright, well. We might have just broken something there, which is very annoying because it really feels very fragile. Yeah, why is this like this? Yeah. See, I think this servo horn is gone. Which is really, 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 really annoying. Why are these breaking? And I think I've used all the replacements for that part, so yeah, I guess let me print a new one. Man, that's so annoying. every time something breaks, we waste so much time having to print new ones, new spare parts. These, yeah, 3 printed servo horns. It feels like a bad idea. I also regret not taking like weight reduction more seriously from the start. Feels like if this was a lighter robot, you know, we were not having a lot of these issues. So I'm gonna put this robot on Ozempic. I guess we're printing like that. We could try printing like this for a change. What would slicing that look like? Oh, chill with the support, mate. Or never mind, not doing that. And yes, I know this way there's still a lot of support. Also strength-wise, increase here, increase density, slice the plate, 45 minutes. Okay, well. I just don't want to break any other parts. We could also get metal horns, which is what Reddit basically suggested. Servo metal horns. Like aluminum horns, basically. Right, so they look like these. These are not going to strip. Now, the question is, if these don't strip, what's the next thing that breaks in the system? It could be the gears in the servo, or, you know... Look, I just don't see any other plastic part breaking. But right now, the servo horns are definitely the weakest link. Anyways. Going back to these, I mean, we don't need those parts to tweak the walk here. We'll just work on the other side. It still works. Right, and let's get rid of this delay here. Delay, yeah, it's gonna be 100. It's definitely starting from the first one and going backwards, right? So starting from here, forward position. Position 0. I mean, That's interesting to me because I thought it would be correct, but it should just be a matter of flipping these two. Yeah, so if you were to ask me, that is walking forward. Yeah. Now we could do okay, so this code is basically okay, let's add the rear legs also, I guess. Arduino walk front only. I'm gonna create multiple files so we can try multiple things once we have the robot working again, but alright, let me add the rear legs now. So for the rear legs, the starting position is 60 and 200. I think it's basically that. Okay. So 60. I mean, we'll do the same thing. 60 and 200. And so here. Starting from the frontmost position, basically. So 120. 90, 180, 60. That's it. This leg here looks like it wants to come off, so I'm gonna tighten that real quick. I'm a little disappointed at how many mechanical issues we're having. It's supposed to be the bread and butter. Alright, let's try that again. No, let's try again. I think this would move forward. The other thing I wish we did, it's like the new feet are an arc, and I would prefer a sphere, because right now the rear legs here, it's basically at the tip, and so it's gonna be less stable. I think it'll be way easier if it was a sphere. Okay, so I think, again, I think this works. The only thing is like this is one leg at a time. So this is basically a crawl. And we might want to have code for, the legs in sync, right? So something closer to that video I was talking about here, where it's like, these two legs move at the same time, but as these push forward, these ones are pushing backwards. So we can create a new file here. We'll call this the Arduino crawl. That's what we have here, a crawl, effectively. I'm gonna commit this stuff here. All right, and then it's new conversation. This looks great. Now I want to make the following change. Legs should move diagonally together. So when the front right leg is moving, so should the front left leg. So sorry, the rear right leg. So I'm making the changes here in stages. So first diagonally, obviously it's not just as simple as diagonally. We actually, all legs are gonna be moving at the same time. Let's apply that change. Let's make sure printing is working. So, okay. Diagonal gait sequence. Yes. Yes, you can see it, you can hear the difference actually. Yeah, I mean, now it's a question of, oh, is it doing it right? The other thing is we need to, so remember, it's like, if you look here closely, it's like as this is moving forward, this is actually moving backwards. If you look up here in the linkage, you see, it's moving backwards. I want to call this position 1, position 2, and position 3. Position 1, position 2, and position 3. So position 1 is at the front. Still kind of blows my mind. What is the position 0 from X? Zero. Fuck. That sounded really bad. I wasn't watching. I wonder if it broke something else. I mean, the front shoulders sound like they want to go, but they're not entirely broken yet. There's a lot of play in them. But anyways, yeah, so I want to make it so as the first set of diagonal legs in motion move from position. Yeah, so how would you describe this, right? It's like when they move, when it goes up, the other one push from position 1 to position 0 to position 1. The other set of diagonal legs should be moving from position 2 back to position 1. I think that describes it. Also, I want to prepare some shoulders to go print more shoulders after this print, just in case. I don't think we've broken anything yet. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes double wants to delete your existing code. It's just like it doesn't understand. Man, come on, dude. Okay, anyways. It's just the void loop here, so. I think it's just replacing this part. Down to try. Oh. Okay. Yeah, double is not understanding that. we're not replacing that existing code, but it's okay. I'll do the change manually. Basically, we're replacing the void loop function here. Void loop. Okay. The entire void loop is replaced. Okay. Void setup. This is already existing up here. So let's try it. Alright, I hope it doesn't die again, but it's kind of hard to tell what's going on. So I'm going to add a delay here. I'm going to widen the delay. Let's see. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go to the bathroom and we'll come back. I'm trying to like really focus, but it's hard to focus when you need to go to the bathroom. Alright, so let's try that again. I'm still a bit confused on how we're handling positions here, where it's like, I think position 3 should be here, position 1 should be back here, but I don't know. So I'm trying to figure out if it's working as intended. It's really hard to tell. Actually, let me increase the delay again. But yeah, here you can see it's wrong. It goes up and down here. Up, down, up, there. Why is it going up and down? Let me just change what I think should be changed. What makes the most sense to me? I always forget about the delay part. Okay, up, down, up. Good save. Alright, so this is wrong, right? Redundancy here. Up, down, back, from, yeah. This one, up, down, yeah. Why? Yeah. Oh, up, down, up. Alright, so I definitely made it worse. Not that I understand why, but. Oh my god. Oh, whenever I said hard words hard, you know, they weren't wrong. Not wrong. Alright, so let's see what's going on here. So void loop here, we have a void setup here. Just making sure we don't have duplicate void loops for some reason. It looks good. Alright, current step equals 0 at the start of the loop. First diagonal true. If first diagonal equals true, so we start here. Like 0. FL front left going 0, 1, 2. Oh, the hell? Okay. I don't see anything. I mean, the rear logic is a little weird, but the front one should be working. It's definitely not working. Okay, let's think of why. So front left going 0, 2.1. Okay, in this code, I am seeing some of the legs. I am seeing the legs are not following the 0, 1, 2 sequence, and they are going from 0, 1, 0. What do we say, or similar? What could this be? Let's see if we can spot anything obvious. Let me break them down. Explain the P, right? Okay, so the issue is current step. It's not giving you the reverse sequence you want. It's like trying to okay. Okay, well, don't listen to the explanations. So, facing front leg. Okay. So like this. See, I don't think this is the fix, but I'm down to try it. The reason why I don't think this is the solution is because this should only affect the this is only going to affect the rear legs, but I'm seeing this happen on the front legs as well. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, that's, I mean, hard to argue with the results. Great. That worked. However, when going from 2 back to 1 to 0, I don't want it to cycle 2, 1, 0. Instead, it should jump from 2 straight to 0. All right, let's see. You can ignore the explanations of the AI. It's like it has a system problem that's not conducive to serious work. let's try it. No. Yeah, this is the issue, right? It's like 1. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Instead of 1 to 3. It's important the 3 because that's when we push backwards so we can move forward. Okay. Well, yeah, just gotta read the code. Okay, 0. Yeah, other just not between 2 and 0. Okay, well, which one's 2, which one's 0? 2 and 0. Can we print the current position for each leg into the serial monitor? Alright, like this just so we can troubleshoot here. Okay, it seems straightforward. I mean, this zero prints is exactly what I was expecting. I am not sure why it added this. Why did we add leg current position to move leg? I'm just asking out of curiosity. I have no clue why it did that. Well, we actually don't have to add. See, this is where AI is still not super reliable. It's like, why did you do this? It's like, no clear action. Okay, it's doing it wrong again. Okay. Thank you. I got the following out of the serial monitor. If you observe, you can see that I actually don't know what these numbers mean. What? How can? Let's read the code. If also print current position length. current position. Okay, front left, -10, -40, -40, -10, 20, 20, -10. Can we get more data? Yeah. I mean, I know what I've seen, but yeah, front left, -10, -40, -40, -10, 20, 20, -10, -40, -40, -10, 20, 20, -10, 40, -40, -40, -10, 20, 20. 90, 120, if user. Is this the desired behavior of 0, 1, 2, and then jumping from 2 straight to 0 to restart the loop? Let's see what it says. No, this sequence shows some position repeating. Exactly. All right. I'm glad it agrees. Desired frequency should be, but the output shows position repeating. It's like something trying to understand. How can we solve this? I thought I already had the code. Yeah, it already had the code. Ternary operator logic. Let's clean up the loop to make it clear. Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Man, I should probably stop using AI. I should just. It's just like pretty simple code. I should fully understand it. We could probably make an entire video of just cleaning up the code, refactoring and stuff. But the other thing is I also want to move to Raspberry Pi. Okay, well, let's see. Wait, what the hell? It's repeating that sequence. Okay, I can see the mirrors. Up, front, back, front again. Back, up, front, back, front. What a mess. What a mess. So this is what I'm getting. We are still repeating steps. We're repeating a full 0, 1, 2 sequence before switching diagonals. That is not what I meant. Wait, was that happening? Actually, I didn't notice that. Let me see if that's actually happening. Well, something's definitely way off with the diagonals for sure. Yeah, that's it. I got tired of the AI. It's time for humanists. I want to make the walking sequence as follows. The legs should cycle from position 0 to 1 to 2, and then from 2 jump back to 0 and restart the cycle. The diagonal legs should move together. When the, for example, when the front right leg moves, the rear leg should move with it. The other diagonal pair should move also, but slightly out of sync. When the first pair is moving from position, what was it? 0 to 1, then the other pair should be moving from 2 to 0, I think. 0 to 1, that's yeah, something like that. Maybe I should turn off the American Psycho stuff because it's probably not helpful. Oh, wrong file. Wrong file. Oh, so we did it on the standing file, not on the walking file. These things are almost done. So only change the void loop. Alright, so we're replacing the void loop here. Okay, so we have two integers here. Diagonal 1 step 0 FL pair, and diagonal step 2 diagonal 2 step equal 2. So starts at position 2. Okay, I see. So these hold the position of each diagonal. Okay, move diagonal pair 1. So move legs, front leg step. Oh, wait, but okay. Okay, the code makes sense, but how are we jumping back to 0, back straight to 0 once we reach 2? Oh, this isn't gonna work, I think. Oh, it might. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that operator, but okay, diagonal step equal to if diagonal step. Oh, I see. So that's the same thing. Interesting. This logic makes sense to me. Yeah, I think this is it. I think in my mind this is it. Let's go faster. I mean, I think this will work. The last thing we could try is like even smaller steps. So in our triangle, if you shorten the base, and that maybe the height a little bit. That's one thing we could try. But other than that, I think this works. Like if this doesn't work, I'm gonna be shocked and frustrated. These guys are almost done, so I'm gonna put those back in, replace the horn on the front right, and try walking. And we'll also start printing new shoulders just in case we break anything. So let's install those new things. All right, somehow I forgot to record, but basically I installed the new servo horn. You can see it's the white one here, and the leg should be working now. And so. And I also started the printer on printing some new shoulders, in case something terrible happens. But it's like this looks pretty good to me. So this is what I was thinking. So first we are going to merge our code, obviously. Slay, best merge. We have the walk-in sequence here, which I thought looked pretty good. So we're gonna put that, we're gonna run it, and then we're just gonna see what happens. Hopefully it'll be happy times. Oh, right? That looks pretty happy times to me. What's it? Oh, yeah, well, we can make it go a little faster, maybe? Double the speed. Alright, moment of truth. I don't even have any expectations at this point, and I'm like, oh, this usually doesn't go well. This thing appears to be getting, the front right appears to be getting stuck. Yeah, it's like, it's trying to thrust itself forward. Well, one of the other ideas we had was to take smaller steps. And so let me try that. Let me just put it on standing position. The other thing I wanted to change was just by what I've just observed now, I think the shoulders are too flared out. So I want to bring them up inwards a little bit, just a little bit. All right, and so now what we can try doing is safety check here, shrinking the triangle base down to 40, and then running safety check. And so now we have our new points here, and then just updating them here. So we have 60, 200, we have 100, then we have 80, right? And then oh sorry, and safe, that starting position is 60, 70, so minus 40, 65. Same thing for the rear here. Run it, obviously passes the safety checks, and we just update our points here. So it's gonna be minus 40, minus 20, and then 0. So the steps are now much shorter. And then let's update this delay to 500. All right, let's see what we can do here. You might be so excited when this thing actually walks. Yeah, the front legs are not even moving, man. If I lift the front, it kind of like moves forward, but let's try a different surface. It's like the curvature and legs is working against us. It also makes you want to decrease the flare on the shoulders even more. And maybe even smaller steps, especially for the front. Can we do that? Yes, we can. Oh my god, this is so annoying. I mean, it's kind of cool. It's just annoying it's not working. Oh. Oh my god. It's done that so many times. So robust. All right. So first of all, gonna get rid of all the flare on in the shoulders. I don't remember what the straight shoulder position was anymore. So it's been too long. 48.55. Let's call it 50. We'll just call it 50. So call it 50 here. 50, 50, 50. 50. Yeah. All right, and next, let's make an even smaller triangle here for the front. It's gonna be tiny, tiny, tiny. The front just feels less stable to me. Oh, sorry, that was the rear. Minus 40. It's like the front leg is getting stuck on the ground when trying to walk, which is, I mean, I guess one solution is to change the minus 20, the shape of the feet, but it's just a little silly. But okay. Okay, so those are two changes. Shoulders are now straight, and the front legs are taking smaller steps now. Yeah, I guess like the feet, when I was making the feet, it was like, oh yeah, they look cool, but they get stuck everywhere, man. Let's try it. You see, this guy never leaves from the ground. It's like stuck there. If I leave some weight from here, that leg is pushing, it's good. But this leg, man, just doesn't. I mean, I did move the shoulder. Sorry, I did change the knee horn. So maybe the trim is a little off. Maybe. Let's see. Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's way off, but let's see. So this is that code that allows you to have the robot basically standing in a single position. So I mean, just iron it out. It's like there's so much more weight going here than here. So that's why we created this trim parameter somewhere, servo or trim, right? So front right trim is that we had a lot of trim here. So since we changed that servo horn, let me remove that trim and see what happens. Right, so I removed the trim and now it's even more separate. And we're definitely leaning towards the right. The whole body has rolled. Look, it's you probably can't see it well, but you see it's like all like leaning towards the right. So let me reintroduce that trim. That obviously was good. Just a little too much because now so much of the weight is on that leg. So let's reduce it a little bit gradually. You can still tell most of the weight is going through this leg. Like by applying a little force, I can lift this one. This one's solidly planted. So we go to the 6s now. Yeah, so still it's all in here. Oh my god. Down to 4s. so much more mass going through there. It's annoying. Sorry, just to remind myself, what does 0 look like? Is it getting worse or is it getting better? The rear right shoulder. No, we're messing up with the rear right. I don't need these. Basically, trim's going back to 0. The whole body seems to be rolled this way. I mean, it definitely looks that way too in real life. That's not even the side where the battery is. So we need to bring the right a little higher up. I think it was like this. I think this is what we had before. It's so annoying because now the rear right leg is literally on the skies. It's flying. It's not touching the ground. All right, rear right knee. Rear right knee here. 0. That's better. Still touching. Still most of the weight on the right side. The hip on the rear right is a little too flat. The fun part is that if anything breaks, all this trim goes away. See what the 3D printer is doing. Yeah, looks good. So the front right leg and the rear left leg are taking most of the weight. And so if you think about it, like which leg takes the most load? The one that's further extended or more contracted? Further extended, right? So so the front right is too extended right now. So front right is too extended. works actually. And then the rear left is also too extended. Front feels much better now. But yeah, the rear right. I think this looks pretty good. So I'm gonna try to make it walk. But we gotta make sure to transfer our trims to this walking thing. Oh, we had huge trims here. Alright, let's see. So we have smaller steps on the front and we changed the trims. And good. Yeah, if you look at the front leg here, this guy doesn't even move ever. The rears look good and they're pushing forward, which is good. They're doing their job. But these guys are... I think it's lunchtime, guys. I think it's lunchtime. Let me think about this a little more. All right, I'm back from lunch, and we're back at these. So right now, the best idea I have is to look into the weight distribution again. Basically check the trim of the legs, which seems to be very important. You want kind of like a uniform weight distribution for a smooth walking profile. And right now, because I have to change that one servo horn, I think it's been thrown off. And the reason why I think it's been thrown off is you can just see it. If I set this on the ground with zero trim, this foot is in the air. It's not even touching the ground. The robot is leaning towards the right side, so the whole body is rolling. My front left is also up on the air, right? So a lot of things are off here. So first, we're gonna start. We're gonna do this visually. From the front, right? So we're looking at the front here, and the rear ride is too low, and I can tell because the body is rolling. It's like towards the right. So front ride we're gonna bring up, and I don't know if -5 brings it up or down. Let's just try it. That brought it up. Now the front left is on the air, completely in the air. Let's do some more of these. Okay. Now let's do some of these. A 10 here. Look at these. I can squeeze my finger underneath. the front, the rear right. Okay, now we've gone too extreme, and now the front right is higher than the front left, and the body is rolling the other way. So let's trim this down back to maybe like a 5. And I keep thinking of like, what's a better way of automating these? These servos have been such a big pain in the ass, to be honest. And I don't know if what we want to automate is the trim process or just have a better way of initializing the servos. And you know, that could involve some positional control sensors or something. Alright, still a little too high on the front right. Yeah. Gonna bring this down a little bit. Maybe both of them 7 symmetry. Sorry about the train. I'm gonna switch places soon. Move places. Alright, now before we keep trimming the front, I wanna go towards the rear. Look at these. The rear right leg is just completely on the air, it's doing nothing. So we need to rotate that rear right hip. So the rear right hip here, maybe try 7 as well. We'll start with 10. That should make it touch the ground. Wrong direction. I feel like nothing changed. Let me take a bigger chunk step here. I saw no change in rear right trim. Oh yeah, I think the servo is disconnected. Check. Yeah. Oh wait, no. Oh yeah, servo is disconnected on the Arduino side. Let's see where that's supposed to go. Rear right. Rear right hip appears disconnected. Rear right hip attached 12. Okay, that's 12. Yeah, I've been moving around the robot a lot, and these banana wires or whatever you call them disconnect a lot. So, alright, actually after that, robot looks much better. Let's do a quick check with the scale. So I run my foot scale just quickly. This is an estimation, of course. I mean, anecdotally, the body is rolling towards this side. So front left is at, whoa. Front left is at, see what just happened there? It's like, you put too much load on this servo and it kind of like turns off. I've never seen that before. Okay, so this is pretty So the balance in the rear could still be better. Which IP connection for each servo? Turns out location. Seems to be fine. Okay, so the rear right is taking too much. Okay, we can fix that on the rear right hip is taking too much. So rear right trim, we had it at 0 actually. So you can do like a -5 or something like that. Might have overdone it now. So yeah, 340 now. Yeah, so it's way overdone. Oh yeah. 799. Yeah, so it's crazy what a small little change of like -5 on the trim can do. So let's try 2. And again, we shouldn't need to trim. These I feel dumb doing this, but I kind of just want to walk. But there's gotta be a better solution here. One. Let's try this. This servo keeps like turning off. I don't understand. Look at this. Why is it rotating like that? It has power. It should not be doing that. Visually looking at where does the robot want to go? Body roll. I mean, it's kind of leaning towards this side now. Looks like we have a bad shoulder servo there. We don't have spares for that. Yeah, that servo just wants to die. there's one ground that's loose. Alright, so I'm gonna fix that. One of the grounds have come loose on the other side. I don't know how that happens. Give me 1 second to fix that. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, so I found a ground wire that was disconnected at the bus bar. I don't know if that was the issue, but that's fixed now. I don't know which ground it was. It's kind of like too hard to tell from that side. But I mean, the shoulder's not doing funny things anymore. So I can still tell you that the left is not, sorry, that the rear is not properly distributed. The weight is here on this side. So gonna keep trying to increase these numbers. See what happens. Let's try it here. All right. If anything, I don't think it's helping. I should write some notes here on like what these numbers do. Oh yeah, it's not helping whatsoever. Let's choose 0. Let's try 0. I know it used to be 0 before. Alright, so we're going positive here. Better, but no. 530, 800. This feels terrible. I don't want to do this ever again. What if that's good enough? Do you guys want to try walking it? Honestly, I'm mentally fatigued of this whole process. I did think it was gonna be way easier if I'm being completely honest. So it's kind of hard. So what do we see? So 74, this front leg's don't even move. The back appears to be pushing correctly. I probably just need to take bigger steps with the front, to be honest. See, if I assist it with my hand to come forward, the robot kind of walks forward, so. The weight distribution in the rear seems to matter a lot. And the rear right shoulder trim is kind of off here, so let's try that. It's not straight. reverse, it's the other way actually. Yeah, it's more straight. Yeah, the issue is the front for sure. The front is not really trying to if I assist it with pushing it forward, the robot actually moves forward, which is actually pretty cool. But on its own, it's unable to basically push its like its paw forward. So I think we understand what needs to happen here. Actually, let me put this first so it doesn't crush. Yeah, so basically, we could either tell it to like take a longer stride forward, or we can start with just bring your feet higher, you know. So we can increase the triangle height here to 20. You know, let's start there. Start at 20, see what happens. So we take these ports here. Guys, sorry about the train. I'm moving to a place with no train soon. Well, in a couple weeks. But if you subscribe, I can move faster. Just no money, guys. Alright. Check this out, right? You see it? Right? It won't move forward, but if I help it by pushing this forward, it's moving forward. Right? It's walking towards me. If I help the other one, also faster. So that wasn't enough for sure, right? Alright. But step in the right direction. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Alright. We're gonna increase the height. One variable at a time. Increase the height again. To increase the height, okay, pass the safety check. The minus 30 goes to 170. Basically that. And here we go. Yeah, so the more I increase the height on the front, the more the robot leans towards that side. We've been distributing the weight with the robot standing, but not with the robot walking in different positions. So, anyways, I think we're gonna bring the height down and then just bring the base up. And it passes the safety checks. Right, so minus 40, 180. Wait, what? Minus 40, 20, okay. Minus 20, 180. And then 0 to 100, yeah. Let's try this. Yeah, I mean that's walking for sure. But there's just way too much weight going on the front left leg. We need to fix that. Oh yeah, way too much. Actually, the whole body is rotating towards this side. It's like this, like this. That is not good. So we need to relax the trim on the front right trim, too much. I think it was 7/7 before. I'm gonna relax it a tiny bit more, and yeah, it's like from the time I click upload to the time like the change actually happens in the robot, it's like 5 seconds. Just waiting to see that. Oh, did it already happen, or so small I can't see it, or all right. It looks good. All right, here we go. Let's go in a circle. Do you want to try different surface? Always one more idea. I always have to rush back so it doesn't kill itself. But alright, so my next idea is to make the rear legs start a little lower. So on the rear leg here, we're not gonna start at 220. We're gonna start at 220, a little lower. No, bigger, 220. Yeah, so 60, 200, 60, 220 is our, and then our triangle's height was on the rear was 20. And the base was 40. Okay, it's already said that way. Okay, what if we make the base even longer? I mean, I did say one variable at a time, but... Oh, this doesn't pass the knee test. Okay, 50. 50 passes. Alright. So these will change stuff for sure. That's 85, 200, and then 110. So there should be more traction, more force in the rear legs pushing forward, more engagement. Show this the angle curve, please. Looks like that front is too heavy. When I leave some of the weight, it seems to be fine with moving forward. But if I don't lift that weight, it just wants to come down this way. Alright, let's make more changes. So one of the other things I noticed was that the starting position for the rear is very back. So what if we start at 40? What if we try these angles here? Just as an experiment. This is not going to fix our issue alone. I just want to see what happens. Here comes the train, by the way. I hate the train. Alright, let's see. this is just one reason alone. Move away from servos, and like have something position control. So that we can use software basically to properly trim stuff here. Because we're undoing what we just did, because the issue is the front right, and the front right, where's the trims? Where are the trims at? Here, front right trim, right, 10 and 10. Wait, didn't we set this to 7 and 7 or something like that? Did we like overwrite our own work? It is possible. Oh no. Oh, they're 6 and 6, sorry. See, I didn't update both documents. Here's the train. Gotta hit the train. It's funny, you can't criticize the train in my city. People get upset. They're like, this train was here before you, why are you complaining? It's very funny. Humans. Alright, well, we need to further modify this stream. Let's try that. I mean, listen, this looks basically perfect. I think this basically looks perfect. I cannot imagine a better trim. Oops. My brain cannot imagine better trim. See, I wish we had more weight at the back, so the legs would not be in the air, and less at the front. That would be nice. Why don't we do that? Why don't we shape the rear up? Are you guys tired of watching this yet? Front, 220, 240, 40. I'm kind of getting mentally tired of this stuff. Fatigued. Mentally fatigued. Is that gonna help? I mean, listen, I would try it, because at this point I'll try just about anything, but From your side, the robot looks very slanted, looking upwards. Pitch upwards. Pitch up. Okay. I don't know. I like it. Who knows? I have no clue. Down to try it. If this doesn't work, you know, I don't want this video to be super long, so I'm gonna call it here if this doesn't work. And then I'm gonna go to Reddit and ask them for help. And maybe I'll get roasted. But I feel like I'm not missing anything obvious, you know? So. Front. So 0 to 40. Okay. This should be our new walking sequence. Oh yeah. It is going forward. This is the first time we've actually moved forward, like a non-trivial, like something that could actually be called walking. It's actually a pretty big deal. Not the smoothest walking, but let's see what's wrong here. The rear right leg is dragging, it never goes up. The rear left is dragging, it never goes up. The rear right goes up. Like if you look at the rear left, it never goes up. The front left is struggling, feels like he wants to come off. That's actually pretty cool. Let's make it stand for a bit. See, it's running away. It's actually pretty funny. Guy likes to walk now, huh? It's all shy at first, now it's walking. We should also try different surfaces. properties. Change to these here. Yes. I want to look what's going on the rear left leg. It's I think it's stuck on the front. I mean, it's exactly what you would expect, right? The legs that are dragging have the most weight on them. So positive spin tip. Okay. Basically, moving the trim that we added. Too much. Back to fives. There has to be the train, man. There has to be a better way, both for the train and for the robot. Yeah. All right, let's try a different surface. to the carpet. Let's see if it can walk on its own. It's not really a straight line. It's not bad. Whoa, thank you. Alright. Let's go there. See how far. Want to disconnect your Arduino cable. Alright, we said we would walk across the living room. See if we can walk across the living room. Doesn't like the carpet as much. Let's go at an angle. Go straight, right? So it's not going straight, and it's because the shoulder is leaning a little bit. So we're gonna do our favorite thing and introduce some trim, which is what we love to do. On the front left, some trim here. Maybe end up -5 here. I realize you can't see, but wrong direction. This shoulder, I want to move it a little bit out, just a tiny bit. Might be too much actually. It's really a tiny bit. Yep. Alright, let's try again. Shrek. We're out of the living room. Let's start it. What do you think? Are you gonna make it? It's going straight to the bookshelf actually. Listen, collision is fine because at least it's moving. It needs to move to collide. Yeah, okay. Straight lines are going to be a challenge, huh? Alright, well at least it's first time crashing into something. It's right here. Longer distance. Put it in an angle, so. Oh. Angle. Alright. The rear leg is still completely dragging. It's basically limping. I'm gonna turn off the camera. I'm gonna get a video with the phone. So 1 sec. That leg is limping. It's never goes up the ground. It's just dragging. So it's also not really going on a straight line. If you see, it's going to the left. And the walking could be way more smoother. It's like kind of doing this bouncing motion. And so you see it here. The front is higher also. But I guess we're kind of moving forward. So maybe this counts as walking. All right, this video has gone for too long, and we are moving forward. We have technically gone across the living room, and so I'm gonna cut this here so this is not like 8 hours long, and I'm gonna post this in a few forums, see if anyone has any suggestions on how we can smooth the gait. Because honestly, I'm out of ideas. I kind of want to get rid of the servos and do something that can trim itself, and maybe something lighter. But we'll see what people say. Kind of like I've only been bouncing ideas with ChatGPT, and it didn't really say anything very insightful. But I don't know. I think it's pretty cool to see it finally at least move forward a little bit. Feels like we're almost getting there. So I'll see you next time. Hey guys, so I was editing the video, and I decided that, before posting it, I'll actually do a quick update on what I'm doing next and what are the next steps. So what are we doing in the next video? Because I'm gonna need to order some parts, so it might be a while. But first, here's the robot walking a little bit more. So you can kind of see that we can already pretty much walk. It's just not in a straight line, and the gait isn't perfect, but we walk, we move forward. And one of the ways to make it walk better is actually distributing the weight better between the legs. Right now, some legs sit a little higher than others. And so actually, if you see the robot from here, you can see that this side is lower than the other side. And similarly, if you see it from the front, it's a similar thing, right? This side is lower. And so I've been calibrating this manually, the weight distribution, but that's a really poor way of doing it. So instead, here's what I want to do. Actually, let me turn it off. All right, I need a better turning off sequence, but I'm just gonna quickly walk you through what's next here, and I'll try not to scream because like the microphone is right in front of my face here. But I've added it to our document, so you can come and see it and click on the links for yourself. But there's like a few things. So first of all, I'm gonna add an IMU. I found this one in Adafruit. Pretty basic 6 degrees of freedom IMU. It's $12. Communicates via I2C. I think it's fine. I think we can make that work. So with the IMU, I expect to be able to calibrate the legs, and so the body can stay flat on its own. I think 1 IMU is enough. I haven't fully thought this out, but I think it can work. So I have 1 IMU, and I also put a budget, another option. This was a little cheaper. They're pretty much the same thing. 6 degrees of freedom, same rate, same range of accelerations, and honestly, we don't need that much acceleration anyways. The other thing is metal horns. So I did complain that horns is the one mechanical thing that keeps failing. And so I found these metal ones on AliExpress for $1. And also these ones here for the knee, also $1. So I'm ordering these from AliExpress. AliExpress, you kind of like never know how long it's gonna take. So they'll come here when they come here, and then we'll put them in. Hopefully nothing else will break. I was also looking at replacing the servos with some servos that handle UART or serial bus, so we can daisy chain them together. So I found a good alternative here that has the same torque. It's just that it's $24 for one, and then we need 12 plus taxes and shipping. So that's another $300 at least. So I don't know if I want to spend that much, so I put it not for now. But I'm sharing here because if you're starting a project from scratch, I highly suggest that you get a servo with like UART or something that you can daisy chain, so you don't have a wire mess like I do. Now in terms of handling the wire mess, the next thing, just getting rid of all these cables here on top, all this stuff here. The next thing would be to unify power and communications to a single board. Right now we get power from a bus bar and communications from PWM from an Arduino. I think if I upgrade to a board like this one, the Pulmonary Servo 2040, which is kind of closer to a Raspberry Pi, I think these could power and handle communications in a single board. My only concern here is current. Our servos, the servos I'm currently using right now, pull around 1 amp of current continuous, I think. And this is not rated for that. The other solution could be to use something like these, which is actually what the Dingo project was using. This is the Dingo quadruped. They were using a servo board. If you go through their BOM, this is basically that servo board. It's way cheaper than this. These are Australian dollars. It's actually, this is like 15 bucks or something. And this doesn't have a current rating, no current rating, but I know these guys were using it and they have the same servos and same amount of servos. And so these must be able to handle it, right? So this is another way of doing that. And if we go here, we would keep the Arduino, but we can get rid of the bus bar. So it will be a little cleaner. Yeah, and we don't have to deal with, you know, a new microcontroller. I'm still gonna order this just because I want to try it, but yeah, this is basically what I'm ordering. I'm also gonna get a Raspberry Pi just to have it, just to get familiar with it. It's Black Friday, so there's some good deals. But that's basically what's happening, and so yeah, I'm pretty excited. I think we've been trying to get to walk for a long time. I would say now we're walking. I mean, objectively, we're moving forward. Of course, there's a lot of things to be cleaned up on the gate. I just don't want to waste my time, you know, manually trimming the legs, and I want to do this in a smart way using an IMU, and get this to a point where, you know, I feel good about sharing it everywhere and just open sourcing the design, and I can, you know, I can say, like, I can vouch that this design is good. That's really what I'm working towards. Anyways, until the next time.